Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? It is currently 10:08 a.m. Central Standard Time. Do you know what that means? It's the perfect time of the day for us to finally finish the Great Ace Tourney. Oh, and it's gone. All right, well, fantastic start. There we go. Awesome. Man, this last month has just been a big trail of ups and downs for me in my personal life, so I'm sorry that I had to take such a long break, but you know what? It is what it is. I was never known for consistency anyway. Oh, let's just get into it. Where were we last time? Oh no. Okay, let's see here. Defense made an accusation because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution stance is unaltered. The killing took place in Fresno Street. No tangible evidence. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot in the scene in Fresno Street. Okay. So we need something that argues that he didn't die instantly. All right. Evacuation drill. Racer Kazuma. Sword tip is missing. Okay. Proof that the man did not die instantly. Photo? I don't see anything in here that particularly argues that. Board, crime scene floor plan. Can we just present the autopsy report? No, it still says that it results in instant death. I'm misunderstanding this. That instantly was shot at the scene at Fresno Street. It's either proof that it wasn't at Fresno Street or proof that he didn't die instantly. Actually, is it the small component? Fuck. My bad. Oh wait, I just need to read this one. Was he moved there after his death? There's one piece that we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Would it be the pocket watch then? I feel like it'd be... Nope. Proof that the body was moved? In the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? Surprisingly clearly. Yeah, it has to be proof that he didn't die instantly. But I got a whole lot of nothing. This is what happens when you take too long of a break. The autopsy report. Fuck. Okay. Receipt floor plan, the notice board, firecrackers, photograph of the victim, identification. Was there anything in the trunk? Yeah, there was that paper. Bloodstain. Lucky charm, Iris, save me. Ration drill. The trunk. Shit. Alright, well. Damn it. I would like a hint. That doesn't get me anything. I've already inspected the hell out of everything, too. Ah, he is an odd job man. What are you talking about? What about that? God, was there some sort of action that Gregson could have taken after he was already dying? Photograph? Alright, I guess it's a photograph. Photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Okay? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. So are we saying that he just couldn't have collapsed like that? I mean, I guess? Oh. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. It's a little bit of a stretch, but you know it. Sure. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh! Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? The grounds of fuck you. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there's blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to. Privileges my fucking ass. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Oh! Yeah, you're in a room surrounded by a bunch of high-profile people. You better fucking cough up.
Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
I mean, you asked him to be an assassin. I feel like there's shame in that in itself.
What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You? Dear God, outrageous!
So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson's...
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said.
Well, at least he's committed to improper handling of a corpse. That's a step in the right direction.
Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistants over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity.
Is he gonna accuse Kazuma?
And moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You...
Good enough for me. Lock him up. It's over.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishido Jigoku. Taking the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't.
This is bad.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. Comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... I'm saying impossible on the basis of fuck you. My mans would never do it. I don't need evidence. Piss off. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? Alright, well, shit. They called my bluff. Couldn't you just trust me, bro? Alright. Probably the sword. Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. I mean, probably just due to a lack of blood. A lack of a weapon. Tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen.
I would guess it'd be the sword, but... Evacuation drill. Crew members are required to assemble. Past morning's possession. It's either the sword or the trunk, I would think. I'm just gonna go with the sword.
Making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Sorry. God damn it. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep. Dude, please. Alright, we know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins nearly all the time, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been possible to fire a shot without it being heard. Okay. So, would have had to have been during the evacuation drill. Do I just present the evacuation drill? Okay. I am sure that I will understand it in a second. Okay. I would think that would have to be, like, testimony saying that Asogi wasn't seen by the crewmate there. But did Kazuma have an alibi during this that I just completely forgot? This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
That tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. And Kazuma had already boarded and left at Dunkirk. Was that it? Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. There we go, got his ass.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel.
Then we just need to check in with the boarding school, whatever.
Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and...
Nuh-uh. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? Man, all of this, and to think, he literally could have just disposed of it in any other discrete location, but he just had to pin it on someone else. What an asshole.
It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Arrgh!
Oh, shit. I have to pay for that, my guy. Where'd the gravity go?
It's over. My life is over.
Holmes, where was your anti-gravity field this entire time?
British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. There was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decide to recruit Mr. Asogi.
But things didn't go
according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmo's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume?
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that. Mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself.
Nah, still not him. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
I assume he probably just had him bound and gagged?
But the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. And received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student.
Was there any reason he couldn't have just choked him out and then, finished the job? What was stopping him from doing that? Again, you could have just hidden the corpse in your trunk, so the guard wouldn't really be an issue. Alright, man.
I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. So, was the whole reason that he didn't finish him off first because he would need to carry the body to the refrigeration room? Like, immediately after? That makes more sense to me.
I knew I needed to take steps that the police would be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
So it was never intended to be Van Zeeks as the suspect. Okay. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Right in that trunk there is Gregson's body. Yikes.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
Conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise? Hey, Onyx, how's it going, dude?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
I'm surprised that he was able to get an accurate timing on the candle, considering it was an on-the-fly trick. There's a few aspects of this case that are a little up in the air for me, I'm not gonna lie.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
He literally could have just disposed of the fish and chips and no one would have been the wiser.
Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
They'd answered everything and yet nothing at the same time. Yeah, good morning. Alright. Because we still don't know the identity of the British counterpart. We still have no idea about the events of the professor case. I have a feeling that this trial is in no way over.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who is the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Really? Like, you're expecting the death penalty and you still won't say shit?
Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Wait a minute. That's the guilty side, though.
Seishiro Jigoku, is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Wait, is that his trial just all over like that?
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
We don't get our not guilty verdict? It's just guilty for Seishiro? Alright.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? A lot of things, actually. I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
With the true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zieks.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel?
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it'd be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. Yeah, he's gonna bring up the entire Reaper of the Bailey thing, huh?
That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
Oh my god, is he gonna pin the fucking exchange onto Van Zieks? Of course he is. That may be true, but...
So what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who is pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly. That would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque Van Zieks, of being of the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
Can we save this for another day? What?
Order! Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new...
And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
Does he have, like, proof that Van Zieks sent some sort of telegram for this? Is that where he's going?
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
You're guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Cosmo's silence before. To stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Fucking court DLC, god damn it. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollowed chalice.
Lord Van Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good.
Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
Honestly, I trust Van Zieks to handle this. I think it'll be fine.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendants, you will now take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord.
Alright, lay it down for us, white boy.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Watson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
Bars.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Yes.
let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
Oh. Is he telling me to leave? Goddamn.
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord.
I would hope at some point it could be the prosecution cross-examining the defendant, but you know, we'll dig our hole.
I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Alright. Let's give it all a good press. There's so many pages to this court record that's just like, oh my god. Just keeping it all in my head during these cross-examinations is becoming something else.
I never take the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey.
Exactly.
Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this.
I realize that.
If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. My man, are you not realizing what you're just saying here? We are pressing every statement for a reason.
Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one defendants who had been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed?
Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who had been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Alright, I guess now's not the right time for a therapy session.
Well, that told me.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Excuse me.
I'm aware of Gregson's involvement. You say for years. How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom, 10 years ago now.
And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past.
Friend, even?
It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it?
It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as grouse and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I did know the significance of those details at the time.
So now at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day. But why'd you go to that specific location?
I thought there if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the Inspector's call.
Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly. Jigoku intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first.
Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder.
Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Yeah, that's the thing, is that assuming that Van Zieks is in fact the Reaper, he would know what Jigoku was trying to do. Therefore, purposefully walking in on Fresno Street and implicating himself, I don't see it, Kazuma.
Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Watson.
There's a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what?
Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like.
Duly noted. Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Watson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University. Excuse me. Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Yeah, that's probably going to be the statement we have to present on.
Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest you concocted the scheme.
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence.
Well, you haven't presented a single piece of evidence so far, Cosmo. Like, let's be honest.
Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he would mastermind the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury.
Well, yes, that's the true, but that's a what-if statement. Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. Yeah, he has literally nothing. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Convincing testimony by Lord Van Zieks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Yeah, it's going to be the photo of him with Clint. All right. One moment. I need to drink some coffee here. I'm falling asleep.
Oh my god. I just looked over at OBS and noticed that I was missing the entire desktop audio this entire time. I am so sorry. This is the downside of having no viewers. You don't get people to tell you that the audio is missing. Okay, so can discover the body. No common thread exists between Gregson and Dr. Watson. Yeah, sure thing, man. Is there a link between Clint and Watson, though? Oh, could we throw in Clint's autopsy report? Most likely. I'm just gonna save real quick. Yeah, let's... Clint's autopsy report.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What? My brother's autopsy report?
I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
The autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Watson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor.
I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Watson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in this document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death.
That's outrageous.
And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
We have a reason, but no proof. Well, Kazuma has a reason specifically. We just handed him that evidence on a silver platter. Here you go, buddy.
Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost.
You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeable Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
Oh no, he has receipts.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
the truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on that autopsy 10 years ago.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. It was very quickly understood my true motive was...
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
It will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor.
I forgot what Gregson's voice was.
There's no doubt in my mind.
But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated.
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama.
Well, this is his own testimony. It's still not evidence. God damn it.
The results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated. Then the investigating officer Gregson and lead coroner Watson must have known about it. And they could only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barack Van Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barack Van Zeeks. Just trust me, bro. Take my word for it.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi.
What?
What you just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission.
Oh, the frames. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper.
What?
Lord Van Zeeks.
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
Yeah, strong heart.
If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too.
You!
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper the Bailey is...
Surely nothing will go wrong.
the one person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart.
What? Lord Strongheart?
Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks?
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
Again, we have no evidence of any of this. This is all just purely witness testimony by people highly involved with the case and have no potential motive to lie. Surely. Alright, one moment. Okay, I need to, like, change out my AC's water, so give me, like, 2 minutes. It was getting very hot in here.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
Goddamn.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal. Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
I hate how he's right.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence?
Yep, there we go.
What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Maya, can you, be born like 100 years earlier here, just for us?
You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
Man, that pose goes hard.
Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Watson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there?
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Yeah, we have no evidence. It's literally just, it would be the best case scenario. Well, not even. It would make the most sense if it was Strongheart who did all of this. However, it doesn't mean that we've narrowed down the suspects at all. Like, it's still completely possible that it could have been Van Zeeks or anyone else who is influential in Britain in the slightest.
Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment.
God. And even if we get out of this trial,
We're probably going to be silenced soon. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy.
I mean, we can ask Dr. Gory, I assume. Yeah, because we don't have... Yeah, Dr. Scythe isn't in our profiles at all, so we can ask Dr. Gory.
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Watson's silence. But Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart? What? There's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me!
Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth.
Damn, shut him down.
The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is...
Yeah.
Denied.
What? I want to know why!
I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. In other words, you're wide of the mark, Ryunosuke.
Well, how? Alright, shit. Goddamn. God, how long ago was that? That is a little too long ago. Alright, it's fine.
There was somebody else present at the autopsy. Surely I haven't forgotten.
Oh, is it Mikotoba? It probably was, wasn't it?
Take that!
Yeah, I'm fucking dumb.
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
Goddamn. Chill the fuck out.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Watson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words,
Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened at that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
the defense's demand is denied.
This may be a little, motivated by out-of-court matters.
What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Stronghart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
Yeah, he never had evidence in the first place.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Bro, chill. Goddamn.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me.
No comments, my lord.
Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you'll be reprimanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
Yeah, and there's literally no one in the gallery standing up for us at all. This sucks.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Who the fuck? You know what? I should have expected him. Here comes the goober.
Mr. Holmes!
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Holmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You'll leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Holmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors?
Yeah, get the crowd. Peer pressure.
Order. Order in the court.
Seems to me that we stand before a door that leads into a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let's emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end.
But what will that really do?
Since dark things are going behind the scenes, dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't make sense?
He doesn't sense the same. Okay.
What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. The power of the people. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial. On with the trial. Testify. Oh, wow, they're actually saying it.
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it'll be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
Yeah, his entire reputation is on the line here. Like, he can't just do nothing here. Thank you, Holmes. The people pleaser that he is. Man of the people.
A recess will be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today, is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse.
Mr. Holmes, you
didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, Shirley.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Holmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes.
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Yeah, he gets to backseat us this entire time.
Absolutely. Still in my pocket.
She sends her regards, and a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
One very hard tug, Shirley.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
God damn, it's so good. Thank you, Holmes. Save that shit. Yeah. Saving that new slot since I did take a little bit of damage. Oh, and of course she's here now anyway, so... Why couldn't I present her?
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And, Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Mariah Gorey, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. She's a little interested in someone.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings.
I don't think that really matters as long as she was a witness.
The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Get his ass. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Watson at St. Sinners.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Watson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Was it a contest?
Well, Dr. Watson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
Who the fuck says that?
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course.
If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy report would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
You put a little untruth and unaccurately at the beginning of that. That's his intentions here.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Go ahead, spill it.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated.
Damn it.
Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Did he have to swallow it, though? He could have just kept it in his mouth, and then an entire autopsy wouldn't be needed.
No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Ah. Oh, god damn it.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, so he has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The courts will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation.
My lord, my cross-examination.
Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
He's rushing it.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate.
Yeah, a western sword. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
Yeah, the cross-examination, the thing we are legally entitled to by law. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
There's so many just little things keeping him from fully ending us right now, and we gotta abuse that to the fullest. Alright. There wasn't any indication. You couldn't say.
No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Watson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart.
Real quick, I just want to verify that that's what's written in the autopsy report. Time of death, 31st of May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson. It doesn't know what the thing he actually swallowed was. No internal trauma. 9 p.m. and midnight. The thing that's getting me is that's a Western style and not Eastern style blade. A little strange. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were all, well, mauled.
Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
What?
Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yes, the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog.
A true hound of hell.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
Nothing. Not even like a torn esophagus or anything from swallowing it?
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gorey? Sure. Well, I just wondered how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were on the stand, but yeah, just twisting the blade a little harder, why don't you, Rio? I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see. The fact that we're just accepting her testimony when it's just hearsay? Alright, sure.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh,
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
yes. Tell us what it is, goddammit!
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
What was the evidence, please?
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
A ring?
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach! At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth, the ring finger.
Alright, nerd.
I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off.
I can kind of understand it then.
They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
Alright. What? That is some ring.
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it. Haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
That precise moment, Dr. Watson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic events from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Fuck you?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Alright, the claws grasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Yeah, so it's weird that he doesn't have any internal injuries. Hey Bauer, how's it going, dude?
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. I must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Yeah. No internal injuries despite having swallowed this piece of shit? I'm sorry. Doing alright? That's good to hear, man. Its fat claws are... Why'd you have to describe it like that?
are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow.
Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? Couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Yeah, so that... it's pretty obvious now, and you can see there is even the abrasion there from when it was pulled off, I assume. Okay. Posthumously identifies as an assailant. So yeah, it's pretty obvious that Watson probably just had it in his pocket and was like, hey, look what I found in the stomach. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asugi's arrest.
Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque Van Zieks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
So what have you missed? Oh god, where do I start? Like, do I need to, like, state the entire case from the beginning, or? Okay, so basically, we're now looking into a case that happened 10 years ago, in which our friend Kazuma, his father, murdered Clint Van Zieks, a member of the aristocracy, and was accused of being a mass murderer. However, we're now casting doubt on whether that was actually the case, considering that the autopsy might have been forged for Clint's body. And so right now, Kazuma thinks that it was Van Zieks who covered up this entire shtick because it was his own brother who ended up being killed. His brother was Clint. So now we're kind of looking into that. And we are trying to prove that the whole incident was fabricated because it would indicate that this gentleman right here, the Lord Chief Justice, actually fabricated the incident and had a reason to silence the victims of a completely separate case that we had just solved earlier today. So that is basically the long and short of it. And right now, we are getting some doubts that the autopsy was forged because it says that there was no internal injuries, despite the fact that he had ended up swallowing this ring, Clint did, in order to identify his killer. And this ring is very sharp, so it would very obviously tear up his throat.
Oh, I couldn't say with his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. Oh shit. What is with Ace Attorney and bad autopsy? Because it makes it really interesting if there's a corrupt court. Alright. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Yeah, we have to de-update this autopsy report. Okay. Having it fabricated. That found a little strange. No signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. Really? Really? I'm pretty sure this is the statement we have to present on, so real quick, save. Yeah, this one. Okay.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Watson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Watson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Watson...
that Dr. Watson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence right here.
That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
Yeah, it's a fact that nothing unusual was noted.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Watson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? What? Isn't that the rather peculiar, Dr. Watson? What's that now, Mikatoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Oh, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
Yeah.
So I was right.
That's Van Zeeks.
So I was right. Dr. Watson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Watson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
Not the time.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Well, at least she has her own convictions.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asugi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
Ah, right, this.
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night.
Excuse me.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Ah, so the reason that
they went after Genshin was to purposely make an injury to make it look like the ring was pulled off his hand. Although, would a bullet really show that same sort of wound? Well, I mean, I guess they covered it up anyway, so. It doesn't matter if the wound was similar enough, as long as he had a wound. And it was bandaged so the rest of the gallery couldn't see, like, the actual shape of it.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. In that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what the thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring.
My man will stop at nothing to pin Van Zieks.
You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer.
Kazuma, open your eyes.
Ryunosuke?
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
Alright, I guess Strongart's just gonna take over Kazuma's place as the prosecution.
What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that's were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Well, I'm pretty sure that was just because he was told, hey, this is the deal. We're gonna make sure that you still get out of prison, but you're gonna need to take the fall for us so that you don't, completely explode our country. Like, I'm pretty sure we already figured that part out. Sorry, one moment here. Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that all right, Lord Van Zieks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ah. Genshin Asogi's silence at this hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
No, it was purely motivated out of politics. But that autopsy was all above board. There'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sentenced to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, he's wanted to be so convinced that he had nailed the killer of his brother. And it's like, if we show any hole in that argument, he'll probably explode.
Cosmo-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps.
Yep, there you go. You're getting there.
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
Probably the Asogi papers. Alright, revolver, photograph, autopsy report, nose board, firecracker, Asogi papers. Hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions involved belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Cosmo Asogi in the Empire of Japan. I regret nothing about my chosen path. Lucky charm, passport, sword, evacuation drill, song component, telegram. There's nothing else about this ring, right? Yeah. Just gonna do another quick save. Let me think here. The only sort of evidence I have that's related to Genshin himself is the ring. Inga bang the escape. Indications that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to conviction and incarceration. Photograph, candelabrum. So, the dismissal notice... Isogi papers and the ring are the only sort of evidence that we have that are related to him in the slightest. I'm just gonna go with the papers and pray.
This is the defense's answer to that question.
Fuck. Alright, well. Once more. Redhead League, photograph Mr. Vigil, layer of introduction. Dismissal notice. Oh, okay, yeah. I was right. So it's not like... It wasn't asking for, proof behind his silence necessarily. It's just proof that there was going to be no punishment for him, I suppose. Maybe that's it. Oh, oops. I have accidentally clicked on something here. Alright.
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during this trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside of a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration.
Yeah.
In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order, order! First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
It's just a huge, giant conspiracy that has such a low likelihood of taking place, but all the evidence that it actually did.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses.
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Either Barricade or Mr. Vigil.
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn to a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
Let me guess, they're already in the lobby.
What?
Mother?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Holmes did that.
Oh, are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Holmes, how are you actually competent after all this time? It still shocks me to no end.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Too bad you didn't assassinate everyone faster. And of course, Mr. Van Ziek still gets to stay up there. What is it with the judge's gavel? He's the Lord Chief Justice, therefore he gets the special gavel made for Lord Chief Justices.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, Barricade, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. No, wrong personality there.
Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well,
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Yes, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
Yeah, that one's valid. Need to remember I have my coffee. Need to actually finish it.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain what exactly took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
The jailbreak plot.
It was the day that Japanese guard was found guilty. The director came to the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan to action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution. I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't care if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Yeah. So Caden's at least completely admitting that he was involved in some way.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing. Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see.
If the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here.
Bro, you're joking. They are literally admitting to a jailbreak plot in which Genshin Asogi ended up being killed for. And you're saying that this has nothing to do to the connection to the Reaper of the Bailey, who has been murdering countless people who were involved in that case. All right, man, sure.
You intend to assert your right to a cross-examination.
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Plot twist, the judge is behind everything? Yeah, that's not the plot twist. That's what we're uncovering right now. We knew. We're just finally nailing it down.
Tuesday, a Japanese job was found guilty.
Hold it!
What about him?
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. Well, it was from the prosecutor's office that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. Wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
I can't even say with certainty that did originate from the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, considering 10 years ago that Van Zeeks was still a fledgling prosecutor, it was highly unlikely that it could have been him who issued it.
What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
I wonder who.
Likes of us on the ground, as it were. Didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I signed the convict to the chief order vigil here and put the plan to action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
Yeah, and then Vigil would take the fall for it, I assume.
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
And you completely ruined this man's life. Good work.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I have known the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business is basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who've been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Stevens? Oh. Okay. Right. That was her maiden name.
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now? Why'd I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution. I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
Well, I mean, he might. Considering what we know about Genshin's last words to Vigil, he probably knew something.
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man that terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone to take the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Gosh, Vigil. Can't apologize enough.
Yeah, he almost got him to commit suicide. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Who knows?
Wrong voice.
What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. Again, that much I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
You know something? It's just got dragged that out of him.
All I did was carry on my duty.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? The instructions were to do getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
So, he's saying that he was shot as he was coming out of the grave intentionally? Then why not just let the execution go through? Like, they could have just lied and say, hey, if you accept this guilty verdict, we'll bust you out of jail. And then just not do it. Like, why did it have to be this elaborate if that was the case?
What? Aye, it were rum-do, no doubt about it. But you have to mind, there were special circumstances. This to protect the British justice system. That's just how the execution had to happen, I think.
You're saying that Mr. Asogi's murder in Lowgate Cemetery was his capital punishment? You realize Mr. Vigil tried to take his own life as a result?
Aye, well, that's another story. Who was it? Who shot my father in the cemetery that night? I have no answer to that question. However it happened, the convict's life was destined to end that night. The moment the execution order was signed, his fate was sealed. This court will not pursue the identity of the individual who carried out the order.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree. A terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. Can't help feeling that there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Yeah. Alright, so there's still nothing we can clearly point out to, so I am just going to further dive into the psyche of this somewhat suicidal man, and it just has to be that way.
What does this all mean?
Okay. What do you have to say about this dude?
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? This sir isn't necessary, but, you know. He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
The fact that it was, like, Chief Warder, too. Like, he was still pretty high up the chain, and he was still used as a scapegoat. Like, they couldn't have just used, like, one of the guards? Wow.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was to always betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Yeah, exactly. Like what I was saying.
Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. We believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top. Doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
Yes. Aye, go on then.
That did not make Strongheart happy.
It seemed to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with.
That is true. Like, what could he offer in exchange for the jailbreak? So he described these as the only weapon he has left. I guess it would... I don't know what that would get, though. How would that be good for Strongheart? How would his last will help him at all?
Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely.
Can't see that myself. After all, did the prosecution know have conclusive evidence against Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the victim's final autopsy? There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is... convict had nothing. None he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
Yeah, we just need to find something then.
The plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate.
So what... he kept saying that it was his last weapon. What did he have to negotiate with? The only thing I can possibly think of is the will that would be relevant in this sort of way, but... I regret nothing about my chosen path. Was the weapon just like his full-on admittance? Like, is that what we're trying to say?
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. And in normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asugi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Evers, the fellow couldn't possibly have had anything like that.
Okay, so it's not something to offer. It was something to ensure that it was carried out as such.
I get it. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah,
Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
you squealed, you did, you wee rat. Nah, don't tell you keep that a secret.
You can't touch me now!
Yeah!
Well, late for that. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper?
The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
James, what the blazes are you blundering about? The will was found right and proper, in the fellow's cell where I said it'd be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom.
Well, did you do a proper job, eh, you peely wally galoot?
God, I can't get over this man's fucking accent and his regional speak.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you before, didn't I know, young lawyer?
Yeah, but it was probably forged.
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be a weapon whatsoever.
And yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would give the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Yeah. And that would also mean that they would have to get a Japanese person to actually forge that as well, so that implicates someone else.
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system.
We've already established there was a jailbreak. We have already called out the sanctity, that's the word, of the British legal system. Like, it can't get much worse for you here, my brother.
This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we only have the former chief warder's word. This man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened, and with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
It's clear that Barclay Prison's hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone at the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. Yes, we will make this a witch trial. Succumb to the will of the people.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Oh, man. Okay. Okay.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Burn the witch, true.
His kimono, that's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell, we looked through all of his clothes, it can't be true.
Well, you know, satisfied call me liar the one say you wee wet finger.
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Yeah. As long as you're offering.
Little and large, what a double act.
We complied with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, you can't deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that's my father's brushwork. So he probably just wrote 2 different papers then. Well, I mean, other than... a separate letter other than this one. That's more correct.
Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we'd safely assume that conflict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Alright. I am going to get back to this cross-examination in a bit. I'm going to take a quick break to eat something real quick, because I am already getting very hungry, so I will be back in like 5 minutes here. Alright, I'm back. I know, you all waited so long. I'm sorry to deprive you of my presence. It is what it is, though. You took a piss and let someone else wash your hands just for you? Finally, someone else is doing it right. If you don't have your servant or maid to wash your hands, you're not doing it right. Go make more money. I kid. Alright, the Asogi papers.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something of that will in his cell.
Alright, this is just the cross-examination. I already read all of this.
Hold it!
So that means that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. But there was precious little time before his execution was due.
Yeah, because back in these days, they wouldn't put you on death row for like 20 years. It was quick and easy. All done.
He's remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
It to confess in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man.
He was the Buddha.
What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Bro, you're hurting your hand. Stop it. He was doing something with the will in his cell.
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
You know, like the vampire yar, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was.
It doesn't matter. You were planning on ratting him out anyway. If he knew, he would have done it anyway.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
Presents attorney's badge. Yeah, this is my proof that it was Lord Strongheart that did it. Trust me, I'm an attorney. Vigil just loves doing JoJo poses, doesn't he? Yeah, he's valid for that.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
It was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, exactly, because like the prosecutor's office would have taken a hold of it.
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah,
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
ugh, well.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
I fucked up. Prison governor can't be expected to get in the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I am unable to offer an explanation here and now.
Of course you can't, bastard.
Or, I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
And let me guess, he's dead too.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery, then.
Yeah, just another to add to the pile. One more unsolved mystery for the road. Why not?
Well, the thing is about that will.
I have the answer, but you a bitch. Yeah, it's literally just, oh, you guys want to know about all this? Too bad. Go away. You already solved this case. We already figured out that it was Judge Jigoku. Whatever. Who cares? Professor Case is solved in order. Go home. I don't wanna.
Well, the thing is about that will. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravats and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely," in my face.
Alright, well, it's doing to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruto.
Yeah, just get up there and start shaking him by his collar.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved to be impossible to find.
That's right. Then before I knew it, I was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murder had risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Locate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office.
Just judo throw him, Susato. Honestly, just keep throwing him until he eventually confesses. That's the only way that we're gonna get anything. How much pain can he withstand from a Susato toss? Alright.
And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else.
Man, there's just so much shit that went wrong. It's just like, why couldn't it have just been done the right way this entire time? Why did you all have to be so corrupt? Why did you all have to just do your jobs incorrectly?
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't account for and I didn't get now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. A directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here?
No, we have separate words for a reason. These ways, so true.
I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called.
Objection, he never wore a kimono. He always wore a yukata.
Mr. Asogi's kimono?
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
Yeah, literally all of his items, but not pen and paper, weirdly enough.
Whack. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword? You just let him have a sword in his cell. Why not?
Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
Don't fucking tell me that he hid the document on, like, the inner part of his sheath. Is that where we're going with this?
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryonosuke.
Respectful silence.
The warriors carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye.
Oh, I accidentally clicked that.
He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see. Dr. Mikotomo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Necessary inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet-black earthworms to me.
We'll get to you. We'll get to you, Vigil.
My father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of sumi ink to be very soothing.
I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes.
Yeah, it do. It really do. They have no worries, gun beats sword every single time. Yeah, just as long as they're not within 5 feet of each other.
Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated in a gentlemanly fashion until the end. When he was callously betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. Yes, the gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming.
The massive shade.
The testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. Wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
I'm convinced that there is something within Karuma's sheath.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again, see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely.
Yeah, so it was this last statement here.
Hold it!
And this time we question Vigil. I want to ask about the sword. Okay. Come on.
Is that right?
Is it really just squiggles, though?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. Sir! It was Scarlet, sir.
Repeat?
What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
What is he talking about?
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not.
Just say it, man.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
Well, that's why he's spinning, so he can't lean a specific way.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Yeah, because it was written in completely black ink.
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness. Is that really what you saw?
Well, sir.
Yeah, clearly there's something here. Man keeps getting stun locked. Yeah, my brother's being put into the infinite loop.
Something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
Everyone else out here is playing Street Fighter 6 while he's still playing Street Fighter 5.
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Ah, didn't hammer. You can plainly see the writing here. It's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
Well, it was definitely a will, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. That was what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink.
Do I have something that's written in scarlet somewhere?
What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder?
Bro got RC'd in the corner. Yeah, my brother just took one hit and all of a sudden 60% of his health is gone. Yeah, didn't get much sway. Alright. I need to present something here, and I'm sure I will understand it once I take another look at my court record. But as of now, there is nothing popping out in my head. Okay, present.
Yeah, it was the Redheaded League. Throw it in the ink of the redheads. Dismissal notice from photograph, candelabrum, police figure, Gregson's photograph, autopsy report, notice board, where the photograph, Sogi papers. Yeah, that's nothing. Autopsy report, still nothing. Passport. As for anything like written, there is nothing. Can I take another look at the sword? Karma, the Great Blade. Yeah, can I look inside the sheath, please? Damn it. There's gotta be something about the sword. Like, pretty please? Anything? Like, I can see that there's a tiny little thing here on the hilt. Is that a button to press? No? My god. Give me something to work with here. Really nothing? Can't, like, unscrew the hilt or anything? Jesus. Can't inspect the sheath at all. Something about the ring? How am I supposed to find something written in scarlet? Evacuation drill, that has nothing to do with this. There's something on the notice board? Maybe? Definitely can't be that. Photograph, nothing. Definitely not the candle. Can't rotate any of this. Notice board, maybe? Is there anything in red ink somewhere? No. My god. It was the red hairpiece trust. You know what? You're so right. Curses. He didn't hide it in the hairpiece. Yeah, this is all black ink as well. Anything in Gregson's trunk? I doubt it. I am reaching at straws. Tip of the sword still there. Still nothing. Nothing about the autopsy report. Help me out, Holmes. Help. God damn it. Passport, of course, is jack shit. Document was written in scarlet ink. There's no way I just present the fucking papers again and say, yeah, you're wrong. You know? I mean, I'm gonna do it just because I have nothing else that I can do. As far as I know.
Objection!
Yeah, still nothing. Okay, well. It's not giving me any hints. Did the man use blood to write, perhaps? Well, we don't have, like... We don't have any sort of way that blood was involved in that sort of... In his cell. We don't have anything to mark what he was doing in his cell. We're just very limited on evidence for this specific case. I'm of betting. It's believed. The only objects we have that were Genshin's are this ring and Karuma. But there is nothing about them that could indicate that he was hiding any sort of papers inside them. God damn. Yeah, and there's nothing new I can examine on this ring. Check the updated autopsy report. I tried so hard. There's nothing about the autopsy report that is suspicious. Already inspected that. Evacuation drill. Passport, Lucky Charm, Clint's autopsy report. Business trunk, the Kosogi papers, which are not it. There's nothing else that's relevant to Genshin. Like, I can take another look at Clint's autopsy report, but... Oh, scarlet ink stains visible on the little and right fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. All right. So, this would be a letter... So it's actually a letter written by Clint then. Okay. I thought you were just joking with that. Oh, man. I completely forgot about that detail. Yeah. All right. Thank you for the hint. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Hammers again. You're no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
It comes up yet again! Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. I can't believe I forgot about that. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Rio.
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother's a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeek was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remembered something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open.
Yeah, so he was stabbed, like, right after. And then Genshin must have taken the letter? So Genshin was definitely at least at the scene.
But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeek was writing moments before his death?
Then, it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil... Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament.
He wasn't talking about his own will and testament, he was talking about Clint's, god damn it. So that means that Clint knew he was going to die.
This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament.
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's.
No.
What? Well, where is it now?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeek's?
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened?
He would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never.
So that would mean that he had actually figured it out. Go?
Sure.
Wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yes, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
Not so. We just have some circumstantial evidence that suggests he might have been writing his will, but you know what? Go off, King.
And that Genshin Isogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever.
Probably the true identity of the professor. Like, most likely, he had actually deduced that it was Strongheart behind everything. And for some reason, he ended up having to take his own life, so he left that as a sort of weapon for Genshin, to make sure that he would be able to get out of prison.
Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak clause. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy.
No, it couldn't be.
Genshin made quite an impact. You could say that, yes.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Yeah, so we need to find it.
Objection!
I'm saying it's still in the sword. Come on.
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What'd you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Isogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. At least he acknowledges this is only a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
So we just need to get the document. Yeah, easy? Easy? That is not easy.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client to pursue the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you could say this is a Great Ace Attorney 2 resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You could say that.
Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Keep soldering on, yeah. Keep working on that circuit board.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke?
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I will be put to death or I will come out victorious.
I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact
probably an accusation.
Obviously, it must have been an accusation.
An accusation?
Yes, revealing the true identity of the Professor.
Which would explain why Isogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the document.
Objection!
No.
In that case, the will wouldn't have given this Mr. Isogi any bargaining power at all.
Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person?
No, if that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together.
Was it confession then? Is that where it's going with? Was it Clint saying that he was the professor?
Then your whole argument falls down.
Shit. Alright, I fucked up. Alright. I know you've seen the... yeah, sure thing, man. Okay, yeah. Would have chosen death. Information so secret. Yeah. This makes more sense. My fault. It's confession that Clint was the professor. Yeah, I figured as much. I didn't think that fully through.
It's fine. It's fine. Man, did it have to take me all the way back here? A confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough. Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? Confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Isogi at all.
No, you can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. I mean, considering circumstantial evidence, like, you can see it working. Like, for example, the fact that it was a dog that was used to maul all the potential victims. It would be very easy to get a trained dog as a noble. And the fact that all the other members of the aristocracy probably were guarded at most times. And most of their schedules wouldn't have been known, but it would have been known by a fellow member of the aristocracy.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. Yeah, that makes more sense.
My brother.
Oh, this is just too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Baroque Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order, order, order in the court.
Lord Van Zeeks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yeah.
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
That's a sick name for a dog.
I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest in the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
Oh, and that was the collar that was hidden in the fucking attic of Soseki's apartment. Or the floorboards, rather. Oh my god. A jewel-studded collar.
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Yeah, the B for Balmung. Okay, I see. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
And it comes back to the Hound of the Baskervilles. This is so good.
What?
The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
Well, it could equally have been from human prey.
So is it true then? Clint Van Zeeks really was the Professor? Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
Again, it's all just possibilities.
10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. Though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Wait, actually? So was Strongheart just, like, not involved in anything but the cover-up? Wow. That's shocking to me. I thought he would just be, like, ultimate big bad.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Or was Clint perhaps doing it on the orders of Strongheart?
Lord Clint Van Ziek was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Yeah, took matters into his own hands.
Clint.
Damn. Something, those who seek to do battle with monsters shouldn't become one themselves. Alright.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, till eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again...
Oh, excuse me. Real Matt on guard. Thank you very much for the follow. Holy shit, it's Matt on guard, everybody. It's the Nickel Samurai himself. A big fan of your work.
Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up in my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. We must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence?
Yeah, of course he doesn't.
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
The real plot twist is that the judge isn't involved at all, I suppose.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know this is commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I cannot possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
Oh man, you couldn't at least, like, send down one person to just, like, keep an eye on Clint? Yay, lawyer dude, how goes the defending? It's not going that well, Mr. On Guard.
So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished.
Yeah, they had a formal duel, I assume, and Clint ended up losing and wrote the confession. But, like, I don't know, there's just so much that could have possibly gone on between the interaction between Genshin and Clint that I have no idea.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Yeah, so it most likely was Genshin that ended up killing Clint, but it wasn't Genshin who was the professor. Okay, it makes all the sense in the world, sadly.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
Plums? Then how did Strongheart even find out that it was Clint who was the professor after that whole investigation?
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor.
Like, did he just assume once the Clint died and the professor case had happened that, oh, it must have been Clint who was the professor and Genshin was telling the truth? Is he just purely on faith alone?
So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
It was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Hurry up, you rocker. We can't do something like that.
There's no question that was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got shredded conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
But considering that... But that just throws another wrench into things, because it's like, if Gregson was so opposed to even having forged evidence, how could he even resort to assassinating someone? Oh my god.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Watson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was most likely just so he could keep the British Empire from falling apart. Like, he wasn't that... His pride didn't matter that much to him.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness? If he says something like, "It was you, Cosmo," I'm going to fucking scream.
Isn't it obvious? You...
God, fuck! Don't let me be right! Stop letting me be right!
Me! Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi? What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal, a document revealing a truth I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Yeah, this is the only compromise that they could get at all.
Ah, Cosma.
He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. to protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
And that's kind of going out the window now.
Never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zieks?
Wow, he's just fully admitting to everything. God damn.
That's the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What's brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Watson, my minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
Only because you forced that identity on him in the first place.
But Dr. Watson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his younger protege after that,
Giselle Brett. Yeah, so was Dr. Watson an assassin as well? Oh, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Okay. Wrong place.
Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade.
Did you? Did you really, though?
That is everything.
Oh, man.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Motive doesn't matter. The crime's a crime, dude. Especially in this court of law.
Lord Strongheart did it.
An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotted to the core anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe. Well, no, you can't legitimize this shit. No, come on.
There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can we literally just let him completely get away with this? Because, like, we're not gonna have anybody to charge him. Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question.
Yeah, most likely why his father had to die.
For the accused, Lord Van Zieks.
Oh, really?
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me. Now it's more like he just didn't want to believe it.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable, for my brother was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
That made you suspect.
Yes, but it was only once, not more.
It was cleared up that easily?
Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Really?
You have any evidence to support that idea?
Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
It all just requires a motive. If he was that corrupt, then I don't know. Or maybe if he was blackmailed by Strongheart, that's also a possibility. Because I could see that happening in case Strongheart wanted to take his position.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
Well, we still don't know the actual circumstances of Clint's death, though.
But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
Is it, though? Is it, though? We still need to see Clint's actual document.
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Just like that? Yeah. No, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Thank you, Kazuma.
Me.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
And we'll have to find out what that discovery is in like 2 minutes here, because I've really needed to take a piss for a while now. Oh, Lord help me. Give me like a minute here. Okay, piss taken. Let's get back to it. So, make sure to open. Yeah. All right. Save complete.
What discovery?
Also, I'm kind of surprised that it's been going on for this long. I thought the stream would only be like 3 hours for us to finish the game, but no. This might end up being like a 5-hour stream.
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
Is this something that Kazuma said? Alright. I don't have any doubts at all.
Not appear to be himself. Is there... The game just needs to keep adding twists. I know! Why did it have to build up a completely grand mystery over the course of 2 games? How dare it? How dare it have good foreshadow and world building and conspiracy? Goddamn.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeksen's recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
Everyone else in this courtroom is in the know but me. This game's an M. Night Shyamalan movie? Yeah. One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Was it Van Zeeks or Strongheart? The meta-narrative is saying Strongheart. Okay. And the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. You mean the confession? 3-page last will and testament. Is he referring to the actual Asogi papers? So let me see here. There's only 2 pages. There's only 2 pages! Yeah, it was Lord Strongheart. They took a... This son of a bitch took a page! The true plot twist was that it was Ryunosuke? Oh, don't even start. This pleasant play right here would not do anything. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth.
Yeah. Reach a conclusion. 2 pieces of evidence. The ring and the will and testament. Yeah. Where's the 3rd page? Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent.
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction with what piece of evidence I ask you.
Yeah, let me pull up the papers.
Take that!
Where's the 3rd page? Bring out the 3rd page. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle I see.
A trifle.
Governor Caden. Yeah, well, what can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What? So they just completely hit the 3rd page, but apparently it's inconsequential?
Well, the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't to be sent.
That the 3rd page wasn't sent. Okay.
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is in no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now.
Holmes, did you get him to bring this page as well? God damn it. Stop seeing into the future.
Why, my father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to hear what it says now. Even the slightest thing might give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitability mauled in words can be of no consequence now.
That's for us to decide and you to fuck off.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then. Governor Caden, You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord.
Let me guess, you can't read Japanese.
That I can't actually read worm language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, it's Mikoto. Okay. Mikotoba, we can rely to be unbiased.
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Yeah. And if we really want, we can also verify the message ourselves.
Azuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
Yeah, twist the hilt. That's what I've been saying.
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
Haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Father, what is Karuma? The name of the Isoi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It is not known to me.
It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Yeah, seems there was a third page to it. Examine that sword!
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Yeah, I know where it's going. Just get me there.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capitalists seek.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then?
And Dr. Watson. There were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Can I just twist the sword now? Just once?
Yeah!
Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. It's a proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It's my neck that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Yes, you need to approach your enemies with your head completely turned at 180 degrees. It's called the owl form. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Osogi's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think? Yep, there we go. The hidden compartment. Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? There it is. Clint Van Zieks right at the bottom. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zieks, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. It's over 10 years. It's been silently concealed in Carmine. Nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
Oh my god, I can only imagine what's actually written here. Alright.
No, it's not letting me read it!
I'm mad. I'm real mad. Fuck.
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings be struck from the record.
Breathe in, breathe out, and let out your biggest nuh-uh.
This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over. But can I?
Hell yeah.
Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. He has the ability to pull out of his ass evidence that we have never seen before. Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What have you found in your rectum?
Do y'all have to word it like that?
I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you?
Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
A knife! Yeah, just fucking flings a knife over at Strongheart.
Take that!
Oh, man. I don't need evidence. All the evidence I need is your core.
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Get his ass. I knew it was impossible for him to be completely innocent. Well, completely innocent when he was already assassinating people.
Aye, my brother's last will and testament. Where'd you find that?
It was rolled up inside of this sword that I found on the floor.
Inside Karuma!
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal certainly look official.
My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that when Vigil saw Genshin hiding the will, he was actually taking it out of his pocket and putting it into the sword. How unfortunate for Genshin that at that very moment Vigil walked up. Either that or he was just reading it again and was just risking it all. Alright.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Fuck you.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
Well, what are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
No one is listening to you.
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
So when they said ordered by Your Majesty the Queen, they weren't joking about that. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out now. We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty.
Well, well, my lord.
Okay. Yeah, if he did pen a will that day. Yeah. So, turns out all of these trials are actually individually ordered by the Queen. Is that where we're heading?
Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then.
No. For God's sake. No!
My man looked like he was guzzling an entire fucking container of beer, entire ass keg, with the way he was posed.
I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asoki stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people.
God damn it.
I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent.
Yeah, so he even did murder the Chief Justice. He confessed to that too.
However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems.
And unfortunately, you don't get many opportunities to practice crime.
It's cooked. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother.
Yeah, Lord Strongheart.
Under that threat, I've done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I, or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
This goes hard. There is no other more eloquent way of putting it. But my man, literally just writing in flames as he pens this will.
So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lies you sacrificed up until now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done.
Brother, shut the fuck up. Get in the chair.
London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Yeah, he has no reason to lie about this at this point. He has been implicated on literally so many things to cause 1,000 death penalties. That's just like... Oh.
Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
I had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Yeah, Drebber found him.
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire.
I'm surprised that he ended up shooting Asogi instead of shooting Drebber.
Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot!
Ah, God. What a miserable set of circumstances.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night.
Is that everything? Like, finally? My God. Like, are we actually done?
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. Yeah, so he was probably holding over the murder of Asogi over his head.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
Well, very damn well. These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
Yeah, there's no law in this. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
It was Genshin who did that.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's... enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Well, our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zixia who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
Yeah, and just like that, we've completely turned Cosmo's entire view on Van Zieks around. They're best buddies now.
Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Isogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
Little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth of bargaining power to make others do your bidding. No more. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again.
No, don't down the entire keg of beer. You can't take it. Not the invisible keg. So, who's gonna rule the court in his stead? Do you know how much damage this gavel can do, Strongheart? He will fight this way out with his staff, tooth and nail.
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? These delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how would you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No.
I mean, no? Like, from a morals perspective, you've done nothing, but that doesn't excuse all the crimes you've committed. What?
It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime.
Ah, that's the kicker.
I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Yeah, he never dirtied his hands himself, unfortunately.
I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen?
Riots, at the very least.
To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, and 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves.
Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. Still connected to hiding a murderer identity? Yeah. Just the way he puts all of that together like that, all of these like 10 different conspiracies in a row that turned out to be true is just like, oh no. Oh no.
We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. This is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order.
Yeah, this was just the trial for the murder of Gregson. It wasn't a trial for the Reaper, unfortunately.
And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
I am thinking that you're gonna get assassinated pretty soon here. He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, it is our duty to maintain law and order in the capital. You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, it's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. No, you can't just cheer for him. Fuck off! All of you. All of you. The gallows to the lot of you. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. No, we can't. We can't fight fire with more fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I have brought a bomb into this courtroom. Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path open left to me.
Use evidence of what?
I mean, I guess the only way is to try and manipulate the crowd ourselves. In my own personal opinion. I'll just raise an objection. What? Yes, when all the games are over, it's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom and make people listen to reason.
Objection!
I was hoping to come up with something while I was objecting, Your Honor. I didn't. Just imagine if he pulled that card right now. That was the easy part. But what do I say next?
As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable.
The defense has no objection to being penalized in this instance. God damn it, Ryu. You're not, Mr. Naruhodo. I certainly won't object if you decide to make perhaps a wiser choice now. Yes, right, a wise choice, of course. Here it comes. Oh, okay. Hard evidence, alright. You know what? We'll do it right this time. We'll do it right. Why is there both raise an objection and use evidence, though? I think they're kind of one and the same thing. Right. But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? That's what I'm saying! I have an idea. I don't know where anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Oh. Fuck it. Holmes, save me. Oh my. Yes, Mr. Holmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Long Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Holmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take the center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely.
Let's take the hair by the ears then. And heave. All right, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Holmes, looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... hologram! You're joking! No! It's Mr. Holmes. Why does he have to come in with his ass swing like that? Jesus! Oh no. I'm losing it. I am fucking losing it.
I wasn't expecting you back, Holmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, smack his nuts. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him.
And he breaks it down. Oh my god.
Afraid your efforts are wasted, you see? The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will.
Oh my god.
Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. But Mr. Holmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I'm used. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Holmes? What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just have, well, transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Holmes. So now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Holmes?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Oh man, I feel lightheaded. He has no business being here. How come he can exactly come up with these so futuristic inventions, we still haven't been able to come up with holograms in our time? Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, with which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking,
where exactly are you?
The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
Let me guess, the Queen's Garden?
Garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace.
Yeah.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace.
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Ryu, get your head out of your ass for 5 seconds. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Holmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
It's already too late. It's been leaked. Your ass is cooked.
What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematograph.
Cinematograph. I don't know where I'm supposed to stress the syllables in there. Holmes just wanted to show up in court in the most flashiest way possible, having tea with the Queen. Yeah. There is nothing that can keep this man down. He is a showman through and through, and I can appreciate that. Cinematograph.
You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there'll be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. You cannot refer to Queen Victoria the Great as Vicky. Or one of the Victorias, at least. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
An entire-ass tome brought out.
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he'll be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
Yeah, by jury. Emphasis on that. Oh no, the Queen saw Strongheart chug all the invisible beer. Yeah, he took the entire store out. We were saving that for a special occasion.
So it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because you no longer are the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Yeah, we can get your third or fourth breakdown of the day.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
No more gavel. Jesus, man. That was a big-ass leap. Chief Justice is more than cook. My man was broiled. My God. No, it's on fire. Put it out. Where was the architectural integrity of this courtroom? Jesus Christ. Keep this man covered in soot like he belongs.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plots, I presume?
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Yeah. So I guess the main thing was that he was always going to kill Asogi at some point, but the problem was he needed the execution to be sudden, so that Asogi couldn't do anything with the will upon his death.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament. Did we not finish reading it?
What?
Of course there is.
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness.
Oh, man.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
But wasn't his wife already dead at that point? Like, there was an entire thing about his widow. Did he just pray? Was that it?
Clint.
Moment of silence for the mass murderer, even if he was under duress.
Mel Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jugoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why'd you set about that now, a whole decade later?
It was probably because Asogi was originally going to come, wasn't it? No, so there had to be something that instigated it.
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General.
Was he planning on a coup?
I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, like Big Ben. Like your entire ass office.
And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you've very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
Literally.
May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
Thank God. We have one homie in the court.
My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of imitations. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zieks.
We finally cured him. The sensitivity training fund worked. He's been rehabilitated. He's gone to therapy.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Holmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
It was hard to even want to mention you. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Yeah.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere...
Yeah, I'll see you at home.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet here again in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zieks.
Oh my god. What was that, like 3 entire streams of just this trial? My god. I'd be surprised if it is at least not 8 p.m. in universe here.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
No objections? None this time? Okay, thank god. 4th of November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey Defense Antechamber. Yeah, over 6 hours of this at least. In universe. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. Yeah, no kidding. Like, everyone pitched in a part.
Really was a splendid show, Mr. Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Well, you got the result you wanted. The real reason why Strongheart wanted the trial to end was... it was because it was going so long and he was tired. That's the only reason he couldn't defend himself. Oh, man. Could you imagine? Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see the Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Does that man know how to smile? I'm still not convinced. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Sorry. I'm a little busy. Your face is up there. My apologies.
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face. No, we can't keep going with this bit. Kazuma. Yeah, I'm sure he still wants to murder me. Miss Usato, there's another face like Thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks, allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness.
He gives an apology, but he won't forgive him.
That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama. If only Mr. Holmes were here to see him now with a smile on his face.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes.
Yeah, he's wondering about the other wish, huh?
The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
What actions did Asogi commit before his death? That's the real question. Maybe it was just transporting the will to Barak? Perhaps?
I think perhaps.
Oh, it's Mikotoba. Okay.
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
I'm surprised that they were even allowed to visit him.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the Gentry in hiding there. A lady of the Gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
Was this Clint's wife?
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen.
Yeah, he probably already had his doubts about Seishiro, huh?
Right. I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds.
Yeah. Clint's wife and his dog.
Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
But she succumbed, probably.
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
Yeah, and let me guess, the child was Iris.
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
What? But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware they'd even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
Ah.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
Yeah, Holmes.
That's being Mr. Holmes, I presume?
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Holmes, he has a heart of gold.
Yeah, and all of that. Heart of gold, and a heart desiring more gold. Was he even able to pay rent this month? We shall never know.
Really, can all be said that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh.
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
And let me guess, Ayami means iris in Japanese.
Oh.
That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris.
I had no idea.
Bing bong, bing bong.
Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind and through my trouser pocket. Hard!
Revenge! Revenge from Mr. Holmes.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Ouch! Yes, yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Holmes, we weren't able to think you properly before, but you are simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. You know what? I can let him have this. He's allowed. He's allowed.
It become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would
Would require such measures. Alright, Lord Chief Injustice, sure thing, pal.
Ryu, Susie! Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? Yeah, Uncle Zeke's! Uncle Zeke's! Susato's the best assistant? Yeah. Like, Maya's a close second. I don't know. It's much more of a toss-up for me. I can't choose between Maya and Susato.
I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, fussed by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Yeah, just tea for another time.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Yeah, we get to try Iris Blend number 107. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly.
Still your master in one way or another.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes.
How should I say this? Have a good day at work. What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Nuh-uh, no you don't. Someone needs to be there.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Okay, yeah, Cosma. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon.
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as the one of dark forces yourselves. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Asogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. Yeah, all of a sudden he's beaten his inner demons. Who could have thought that he'd mature after that?
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. Yes. Beef Wellington, my beloved. Scones and biscuits. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. 4th November, 6:25 p.m. Holmes' suite. I'm home.
No! About time you got here. We were waiting ages, Dodo.
Well, what are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. I think it might be for the best if we never talk to Venus ever again.
Right. I'll remember that.
You need to learn how to tactical reload that thing, Gina. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
Oh, no, it's Holmes.
Are you sure you will defy your expectations? Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
The world's famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? And would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin?
I would believe it, yes. Yeah, because you were there. Yeah, you were there, Mikotoba. You were there for this.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Holmes.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Holmes, Professor Mikotoba, finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Oh, Ryu! There you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please, do come and take a seat.
What table? You mean the trunk in the center of the room?
Time to fill me boots!
Maybe there's a living room somewhere here. Okay, yeah. It's literally just on this tiny little table in the middle of the room. A little buffet.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing me corpus clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
Alright, pickpocketing it is.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a Diverton dick, is he? Ah, of course he would.
Well, people can change, you know?
Ah, yes, that reminds me.
I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Did you rob the bailiff?
Yeah. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached.
And Gregson's theme playing right now. Carry on the legacy. I mean, don't kill people, but carry on the legacy. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
Here you go, Holmes.
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny! Yes, he was!
Oh, the good little girl.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris?
This little goober face. She's going off to commit and solve crimes all at once.
I become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh. Well,
We might have already done that.
All right then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming.
to the grave it is.
I'm not entirely sure that'd be inappropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Eh?
Iris?
Yeah, well, she probably heard the majority of it from the trial, huh?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Holmesy, Ryu, Professor Mickey. Fucking Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Holmesy?
I suppose he is your dad to some extent. She's finally accepted. You've been upgraded from roommate to dad.
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Holmesy. Thank you, Daddy.
He's never gonna get used to it.
I think, Mikotoba,
Yes, Holmes.
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh.
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Holmes.
Well, I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Please tell me you didn't pawn your violin and you brought back that rinky-dink little viola. Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Holmesy?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Ah! Can we eat all this food in a week? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too with my greatest family. Ah, the found family! Goddamn. This is your family. I love them all so much. All of them are my comfort characters. 4th of November, 9:37 p.m., Narhodos Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. Yeah, what are you planning on doing now? But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Oh, you're going all the way back? Naruhodo? Oh, Naruhodo, okay. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh,
With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zieks.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zieks' wishes, final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's reports about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you decide to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth.
Yeah, if you gave us, like, another month without this case, and it might have happened.
Or invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris' The Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean.
Holmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. I was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah. Didn't even put it inside of his desk drawer? Unbelievable, dude.
It was the only case Holmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Holmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Holmes for safekeeping.
Instead of just burning it? Wow. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Holmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it'll be for the best.
Yeah, Barack Van Zieks can finally come in and take her out for uncle outings. I think so too. Honestly, I can never see Van Zeeks ever being good with children. Actually, Professor, I want to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
You have every right to stay. However, if you think you can make more of an impact back in Japan, I feel like that would be more valid. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Oh, this barren ass upstairs. How much we furnished it. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Holmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well, then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night.
Oh, gonna have to say goodbye to everyone. I see murder in those eyes. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. So everything. In other words, from the beginning. So you made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did?
Ah, the very faint music box in the back.
Susato-san.
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
I have no idea why I could even advise him to say in this situation.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, just let me say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you.
One little last pat on the back, send you back off. 7th November, 5:42 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. Can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Rio?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise. Stay for like another month at least.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that. I'm obnoxious.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
I'm surprised that neither Cosmo or
Actually,
Van Zeeks are off to see them
I
off.
think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Why wouldn't he be here, you fool?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Calling back to the first thing that Kazuma said.
Well,
All the way back in
we'll
the
have to
diner.
Save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
All right.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
What a choice.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke,
Yeah. He bears
I
so
have
much
a favor
semblance to
to
Edgeworth
ask.
in terms of personality.
Name it.
Just, you know, more forward.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Ah.
Karuma? Why?
I had a feeling.
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Yeah, until he's done with his exchange trip.
Until we meet
Come
again,
back to
then.
Japan so I can cut you
have your
down where
path
you
to
stand,
follow.
Kazuma.
And I have mine.
Naruhodo-san,
Oh, right, you were there.
the path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Ah. You saved this for the last second.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you?
Ah, he can handle
You're so
himself.
predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, You never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
You're already Ryunosuke. No, no, please. My beautiful Ryunosuke and Kazuma ship. It's dashing into the winds. No.
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Duel between lawyers to decide if the defendant is innocent. Yeah, that's just a civil trial.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are.
Yeah.
He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf.
Mutual
will you?
cowardice. I completely understand.
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side.
I'd say I already knew and had
no
bought your ticket
trial would
beforehand.
seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Nah, I can't be putting yourself down like that.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
They're both bottoms.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
There is no more eloquent way that I have of saying that. That is just what my brain rattled off.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
As I
Your
figured.
fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
We don't have much time. We need to skate all the way there within a minute. Ryu can fucking grind on those rails. I believe in him.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Don't give me the wallpaper shot. Don't give me the wallpaper shot. Ah!
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
God damn, it's so sick.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
No modesty in the slightest, even at the
I'll
end.
never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
I'm not paying your rent.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! We'd welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Iris, you need to stay home and watch the tea. You don't know if it'll run off.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh,
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway
She's
around
adorable.
the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The sentence that's only been said like
The ship, with our friends from the east,
once or twice.
sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Oh, I wonder.
Objection!
Ah, what a game!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
What a game! And with that, I have now officially beaten every single Ace Attorney game in existence. Shu Takuma, you fucking deity. God of writing.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods and want the promised closed court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Stowaway. Kazuyanori. Honestly, all the character designs in this game have been so good. Unsung hero. Absolute peak of the series, I agree.
I gave a little note to Holmesy the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Holmesy cry. And I gave him some lotion I invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. Ah! Well, he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Yeah, before this case, I was convinced that this was probably going to be my second favorite game in the series behind Ace Attorney Investigations 2, but yeah, now it's crossed that bar. It is my favorite Ace Attorney game now. That entire last trial completely sealed it for me.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride.
Oh, it's his own badge.
But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Ah, man. Last trial is so fucking good. Yeah, no kidding. It was also probably the longest trial in the series.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a lot of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see?
Hello, Toby.
And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before you know.
Ah. He'll be greater than he ever was. You'll show him. Yeah, because I think the longest trial until this point was either in Spirit of Justice or the fifth case of Ace Attorney 1.
Gina, the truth is I'm not the understanding fellow you think I am. I might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You remind me I need to be true to myself. I got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, Gotta complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say.
Ah, rest in peace. I seriously never thought that he would die. Like, usually our close acquaintances don't die. But no, he's just gone. He is your favorite side character in the game, in the series even?
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the Office of Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Objection! A bleak statement overruled. This minister had been detained in Britain anyway.
Who's this cash counsel for the defense? And women are forbidden to enter the courtroom.
Oh, really? My friend Sasato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Hosonaga, what did you get yourself into? Honestly, Hosonaga is one of my favorite side characters. I love him so much. He always tries his little best, and I can't help but like him. Dr. Gory's also very nice.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Oh, no.
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Ah. It's okay. We'll all become corpses for you eventually. It's a matter of time. The little coroner can have a treat.
Oh, Hairbrain's back. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked the splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill.
Oh, he pulled the Ryunosuke. Oh, Barack, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Dobinbo, still being a beanbo.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court of the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing which spells would not do.
She's also very fun. I like two spells a lot. We only see her like once or twice. But she's so valid.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerby, you know?
Oh, is that voice?
Hey, everyone calls me a pepino. I sell it the spaghetti. It's more red than my head. Everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
All of them are going to commit numerous crimes. Either that or open a very, very nice pasta joint.
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care.
Ah, man. It's all wrapping up so nicely, it feels wrong. Excluding Gregson's death, this feels like the best possible outcome. Alright. Naruhodo, are you still in the wardrobe?
I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Shut up! Shut up! Shut the fuck up, actually. They said the thing. Everybody clap, chat. Everybody clap. And the Dharma doll's been filled in, of course. Wagai! Ah. I wish Van Zeeks was in there in the back. There's a little spot right there just for him between Naruhodo and Holmes. He's just tall enough. Oh, they weren't able to upscale the ending cutscene from the 3DS, it seems. Ah, well, is what it is. Man, where do I even begin? Just what a fucking journey this is. Honestly, Greatest Attorney 1, it was like alright. I love the overarching narrative that it had, but it had a lot of problems that I couldn't necessarily ignore. He fucking Hosonaga in his prison swimsuit. And I know I went over like all of those in my fucking 2-hour essay, but man, there's so much about this game that just completely improved on all of the previous aspects and just launched it into the stratosphere. Like, this definitely feels like Shu Takumi's magnum opus. And I don't know, I haven't played Ghost Trick, so who knows, maybe that one's even better somehow, but the fact that the greatest Ace Attorney games are never the mainline Ace Attorney games, it'll never astonish me more. It's so fucking funny. Soseki again. Why not? My god. And if there's anyone in here who hasn't fully played through the game themselves and just watched either my streams of it or have only seen like a few of the cases, just little bits here and there, go play the game for yourself. I'm begging. This game is on every platform known to man. Thank God. And you can probably find it on sale for like $15 on Steam if it ever goes on sale. So, go play these games. They deserve more recognition, and I would love for us to get any more Ace Attorney games at all. It may not be Ace Attorney 7. It may not be an Investigations 3 or a Great Ace Attorney 3. Honestly, I'd be happier if it wasn't any of those. Like, just another complete reboot. Why not? Maybe they could really fuck with the setting again. Make it all, like, crazy futuristic, or once again, go back to Witch Trials. I'm still leaving that on the table. Those are so good, and it's a fucking travesty that they got locked to a single game, and it was the Professor Layton game. And, of course, the writers of Professor Layton aren't that great. I'm gonna be real. But it was so fun. Just look at them. Busting it down. You know, you go the fuck away. Get out of here. Genuinely, screw you. And man, Heart Vortex, Male Strongheart, as a villain, one of the best in the series so far. Like, he is right up there with Dahlia Hawthorne and Christoph Gavin, in my opinion. Like, the sheer amounts of depravity and rationalization that he goes through to justify everything, it's just... Man, they keep finding new sins for all these different villains. It's just like, Dahlia was always motivated by, like, pure wrath and greed. Christoph was always motivated by pride. And now, Heart Vortex, always motivated by, I guess, also pride, his own ego that he's always doing the right thing. It's just a different facet of it. It's so interesting. Thank God Capcom let these games happen. Actually, speaking of which, the Ace Attorney Investigations collection is going to be coming out next month. Buy them. They will be, once again, on every platform. Please get them.
Because the first game, also not that incredible, but the second game, incredible, and it's finally getting an official localization, so support the series in any way you can. Because it is one very, very near and dear to my heart. Finished. Wow. And that's it. I might have to do just another tier list of all the Ace Attorney games now. Now that I've completely finished all of them. Also, that's going to be my background for a while. That art is great. Oh. And that is where we are going to have to end it for today. Like, thank you all so much for coming on this amazing fucking journey. To anyone who was watching the streams, like, since the very beginning, like 3 years ago, when this collection came out, thank you so much, and I'm sorry that it took so long to finish this. Oh, man. I need to eat. I had one small snack during the middle of the stream. I had breakfast at like 9, now it's like 3 p.m. So, again, thank you all so much for coming down. Oh, get rid of the opening music. We're gonna let it all play out. We will be back next week to finish another series that I've been putting off for a long time. That's my goal with these streams now, is to finish what I started. So, we'll see you next Saturday for I, the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. You all have a good night. See ya.